Aha! Now if I mutter stuff, people can't hear. I have to actually say it. Anyway, so I need to get the stream link. Here we go. Oh my god, I'm actually getting like good at this. Probably should have been good at it like a month. Okay. Yo! You are first, very nice. Oh, yes, all hail the king of the penguins. Alrighty, let's see what the replay is showing us today. Recon is hiding in these trees. Well, it looks like I'll probably get this comm tower then. Penguin cult. Oh my goodness. No worries, Subby. No worries. The comm tower will be mine. Right? And then this infantry's over here to help this artillery get shots off. Advice on mixed base? Mixed base is just rough. You kind of just have to try and force builds and then hit somewhere else. Is usually the best strategy. Next turn's our base skip. Oh, this game. Whoa, he attacked my mega tank. But I still have a shot left. That's not so great. Alright, let's see what the block rock did. Yep, bomber is a good hit. That was, of course, put there so I can get my power faster. And it killed I think. Oof, that Neo tank on Mega Tank hit is very questionable. I like that wraparound though, that was pretty good. Oh, that chip! You know what? I'm gonna get my vengeance. This infantry is gonna kill that Mega Tank. Nah, the 3 health artillery should do it. Hey, Rishi. Maybe because of the artillery. I can see that. Trying to like force me to fight in the artillery range. I'm trying to decide if I should kill the artillery or if I should go after these anti-airs. I think I go after the anti-air. Hello, the furnace is on, so I'll try being quieter right now. But Invictus, I do recognize your name. We do have a game. That's your worst high funds map. I'm sorry about that. Luckily for you, all the high funds maps are my worst high funds maps. So you have good odds. I just need 3,000 more. If they take Cobalt Ice from me, I play as Brown Desert, as Brown Desert is the special operations of Cobalt Ice. The special ops force. So I have to use them to take out the insurgents. Oh, they can't. You mean in an FFA? In an FFA, I have to just take what I can get. Enjoying gray sky? I don't know about that. Oh, so close. It wasn't. I don't think it was even possible, but you know, still go for it. All right, that game's looking very close to over. I don't think I actually have a win condition that I can achieve right now. I have 24 properties. I need 33. I have to capture 9 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's so many. Or maybe just the lab. This game is not going nearly as well, if I remember correctly. I got caught out really, really nicely from my opponent over here. Yeah, I mean, that hurts. But it looks like pretty much all the vehicles over there, so we're going to get quite a bit of counterplay. So it's definitely not the end of the world. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, it's super fine. Okay. What? That recon's a god. Ha! 1 to 2. Oh my gosh. Oh, so many infantry. All right, so now the question is, can I even save any of these guys? And I think the answer is no. There's going to be just mass infantry deaths on both sides. The color scheme is brutal. I'm trying to decide if I need Neo-Tank spam or just go bomber and like tons of infantry. I don't think I've seen an anti-air over here. Yeah, I've seen a lot of tanks and I've seen an artillery. Now he's probably going to kill my anti-air over here. So I think I need to build another one right now, actually. So that limits what I do over here. Maybe I just get artillery. Okay, yeah, I'm liking B-copter artillery infantry now. Just because of how the money lines up. And the unit count, because I'm going to lose so much over here. I'm on push to talk right now, so I can just have the microphone muted while the furnace is really going, unless I'm talking. I mean, I can turn that off if you really miss the furnace. Yeah, you won't be hearing the birds, probably. Well, unless they, of course, talk while I'm talking. It's true, the birds like to get in on the conversation. They need to give me advice. I don't think... This poor tank, it has like no options, because I'm against Andy, so even those first strikes I did are going to end up not really mattering. I can try running... It can't get away! I guess up into this corner is probably the best place to run, because it's the furthest away from the fight down here. So I guess we'll do that. And it's like annoyingly right out of vision. And then there's no point in going for that attack unless this attack works, but I think there's something in this forest, so it doesn't work. Oh, I could try sneaking in like this. Okay, I will sneak in like that then. Because if I can kill enough of these infantry over here, then he just won't be able to keep up with my capture powers. Ability capture, there we go. Why no suicide strike? It's because he's Andy. Is that one hit K? $54 to 62. Hey, that's a guaranteed 54 plus 46. If you look at the min damage and add them up and they go up to 100, then that's a guaranteed 2-hit KO. I think everything else just has to run because there's no other really good attacks. Maybe I attack anyway, though. He might hit me with the infantry instead of using vehicles, which will delay the captures. But maybe I keep this guy in this forest, and maybe he just doesn't check it, or it gets a trap. Oh, never mind. I get this hit. Ooh, and I get that hit. Wow, that worked out so nicely. So only one of these guys is going to be at full health after the power. But what do I do with this recon? I don't really want to put it in one of these forests, because I think he's going to be scouting for it. So I can go back to this city, I guess. I'm going to be way down in tanks, but the infantry damage is huge. And over here looks like a pretty strong push considering how many vehicles I see up here. I guess I could have gone for a lucky lass. It wouldn't have helped that much. It might have gotten me like one more kill down here, but I might have been able to get these two infantry dead. I don't know. Okay, we got the AAs in place. And he's coming to interrupt me. So if I start the cap now, the AA will come over, and then I'll finish the cap, but he'll be able to kill me. And then just take it himself. So I think we just abandon this capture and take the island. Ha 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 ha! I might have messed up. No, I think this is fine. Never mind. All right, I think I'm going to do one transport into the middle with this T-copter before I take this island down here with it. Just because the middle is really nice to have. Because I'm Sensei, and I mean, this is a great spot to spawn infantry, of course. There's a lot of properties around. And it's kind of awkward to reinforce. There we go. The capture game is on. Your Discord name is the one who snipes. That's a good name. Don't time out. Okay, so we have like a little middle battle going on here. Interesting. I think that's good for me because it means he's not wrapping around. Do I want the comm tower now? That's a question. I don't think so. There's only going to be a tiny fight so far. The next question is, do I want to go for this? Do I want to go for this property right now, or do I want to send him over here? To threaten taking this property? That's probably too slow. I think he can definitely just respond to... Yeah, he can just respond to prevent it. So I guess I will go for this. And then send an infantry over here? I'm okay with him like stepping onto the lab and hitting me. Because I'll be able to kill that infantry off. It's probably safer to just step here. There's no reason to strike from the top. And I want to have the pressure on this city, and I can delay this comm tower another turn. It's fine. Now, do I sacrifice this infantry to delay this capture? It's not so bad because I can have the follow-up of this one. As long as I can keep him in this fight in the middle, these other bases should be fine to take these side cities because he won't be able to really spare the infantry. Ah, I'm under attack! I'm very careful to not pin the message. The fire. Copy all my moves. Oh my gosh. I don't blame Shadow. I would never. So I don't think I can realistically do anything over here. As soon as I go here to put pressure on this city, you can always build a recon and immediately stop me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, maybe not. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. The recon can always stop me just in time. So I think I go for these cities that are being made vulnerable because of what's going on here in the middle. I wasn't the one blaming. Yeah, 42's doing his own thing right now, I guess. It's 42's fault. Oh no. Okay, now the next question is, do I build a recon anywhere? And maybe I should have built a recon down here, actually. No, he's not threatening the city quite yet. That's fine. A recon up here forces a tank up here, which is really good for me. I kind of want to keep the infantry chain going here. So if I build a recon here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 goes to here. That's going to stop this property from being taken. Or I can go to like here. Or up to here. Up to here seems pretty good. Or I can, of course, just save up for a tank and be really boring. But I think I prefer forcing a tank for one of these isolated bases. You're talking about this one? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's true. You can also delay with a tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Artillery base skipped? Probably not. Well, I was thinking if I build the recon from this base, it can threaten both fronts at the same time. Where this one only threatens this front. And I kind of like threatening both fronts. It might make it so the opponent is like, well, I just won't build a tank because you'll just hit wherever I don't build a tank. And in that case, the recon just kind of gets free reign to disrupt these captures. They are kind of icky, but I've kind of already had a successful disruption down here. I'll try it. Okay, that's right. Looks like in response to the recon, he's went for the comm tower. So probably not capture and instead go for this property. Okay, that's good, because now this is being a very contested property for a much longer period of time. I can even threaten to take it. Now is the choice of, do I want recon infantry? The awkward thing about going recon infantry is that I won't have enough money to build a better vehicle next turn to respond to the tank he's going to buy. Where if I just get double infantry, I can then tank infantry in response to his tank, which is pretty nice. Problem is, I don't think this recon actually does anything. I think it's a little too slow because it has to go up and around. So it's not going to end up contesting anything that building a copter won't contest. Other than, I guess, it would help protect this city if he goes here. Now, I think having the tank in response to the tank is kind of important. I'll just have infantry help with this fight. Oh, interesting. Okay. So he did not go straight for this cap. He went for a tank right away. Really, very interesting. That does mean I'm going to get my artillery lock on this comm tower, which is nice. And I think I just get infantry. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. The artillery's got a lot of wiggle room before a tank shows up. So probably just get an artillery up here. And really secure my own comm tower and break the seam. And then this guy, I kind of need to stick around. I'd love to go here to take this capture. But then I have to interrupt this capture to interrupt his comm tower cap. Just not good. So I think we just step on the mountain. Oh, this is the one where I built the recon on the weak side. Oh, interesting. Is it just walks straight down? I mean, it's not bad. And it doesn't threaten this, though. I already have the recon threatening this stuff. I think I'd rather take the middle. Well, I'm fine with this walk down shenanigans. I can do it too. More recons. Ah, under attack again. Delete bot. Oh my gosh. I don't know why they're after us. Just try to take some fog turns now, okay? Poor guy. The double recons really got him hot out here. Yeah. The bots know it. I'm trying to remember what fancy transport shenanigans I had planned. Let's see here. Nah, it was probably with the mountain, right? Yeah. I could also go here. Unload here, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's not super. Helps me contest that, I guess. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh my gosh. Yeah, counting, it's tough. That one works better. Oh, I guess I also do set up the double boost with the black boat. That works. That works for getting that. Okay. Here we go. Maybe I should have taken a. Oh, I guess this is recorded. I can always download that to show off how boosting works. Yeah, it sets up a double black boat boost because these guys can both go in here and get unloaded here and here. Get another movement, and the one that gets put here can then go for this city a turn earlier, which is pretty nice. And the one that goes here can just, I guess, interrupt this city a turn earlier, which isn't bad. Oh no, it's just infantry drop-offs? That hurts. Alright, we're gonna have lots of mechs. As, of course, we're Sammy. Okay. Copter got its hit in over here. It's such a risky thing to do, but okay. Just barely out of range of that. Just barely out of range of this. And then down here looks very nice for us. I should watch the replay first, though. The infantry getting ready for an attack. He backed up over here. I'll take the free vision. Okay, there's an artillery incoming. And I kind of wanted to go for a surround, but I think he's got something that can free its copter. So I probably shouldn't. I do want to block this off from getting too many hits on this tank. Well, I could just move the tank and put infantry here. That's probably better. The tricky thing is always deciding when you want to just leave the center, because of course both of these properties are now locked down. What? Oh, you must, Inkagark, you must be talking about the previous game. I was like, in this composition, I don't care if my opponent builds anti-air. I wouldn't be too worried about anti-air in the Sammy game either, because I'll use the copters to bait the anti-air, and then the mechs will kill him. Like, if you watch my previous replay on Stalingrad of Sammy against Jake, I didn't have any problems dealing with nothing but anti-air spam. Although the rating difference was massive in that case, so it's not definitely not like a gospel game. I kind of just want to rotate penguins around. Just replace this guy with a fresh one. And he's probably got an artillery here. So I can't really afford to do this around. Very silly. I think we're gonna try and stall this game. We're gonna make Wood proud. That'd be such a risky attack to go for. Okay, I think the tanks are up here towards the battlecopter, so I'm going to go for this attack. If I lose the tank, I lose the tank. I think it's fine. It's so risky, but I just want to do it so badly. All right, we're going to do lots of artillery pushes. And just chill. He can do something fancy with like our copter, infantry kills, tank comes in. He doesn't reveal the artillery unless he gets something all the way around here. I guess he could go all the way around. I think that's fine though. Do I need to respect him up here? He can do infantry. Because he has 2 here. So maybe I should back up 1 tile. Give him mountain on mountain, but then I can run back to my city. Yeah, let's do that. It does give him possibly tank from city. But I think that's okay. But we're going to try and stall that game out. Oh my gosh, another one. Megton, you volunteered to be a bot slayer? Okay. There's so many. Unless it's just the same one. I don't know. All right, Megton and Shadow, you have both been recruited as moderators. Good luck on dealing with the bots. Did not built the recon over here. That's really weird. I would have thought it'd be over here to prevent this capture. I'm gonna get away with it. So the idea of this gambit is that you can build a recon from this base to stop me from taking this capture. But when I see the recon get built, I just go back for this city instead. And that's -1 infantry for all of these captures over here. And then I can build a tank in response to the recon. on a future turn is the idea. But in this case, a recon isn't built here. It's instead built over here, which is really weird. I'm not sure what it's going to do. So I just get to have this nice middle property, kind of like what he's doing. Yeah, I think I'll just tank next turn. I could recon this turn to try and prevent this city. I think tank in response to the recon is probably better next on the following turn. There's a tank that has shown up to deal with my recon. And the question is, do I respect that tank? And I think the answer is I do not respect the tank. Because this is a really annoying property to try and capture. As you can see, all of your other infantry kind of want to just go over here. So we're going to be utmost disrespectful and just kill this infantry, removing vision of this recon. So this infantry will no longer be able to do stuff over here. It's going to have to come over here and reveal my recon for his tank, which isn't that bad for him because there's captures over here, but it'll relieve pressure on my comm tower. And I did predict his movement here. And since he has a tank over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, he's not going to have a tank for this. Should always watch the replay first, but I was cocky. Okay, he's in that forest. I could also retreat, but I like this attack. It disrupts a lot of plans. And I have double tank coming this way too. So there's pretty good odds that this recon's going to live. If he strikes from the plains, maybe not. Let's see. He's not going to have his comm tower yet. I'm going to be a very low 10. Okay, so if he high rolls, he'll kill me. But if he doesn't, I'll be able to give my tank vision in case he tries to go for this capture. And then I'd love him to, if he had an infantry over here, which he might actually just finish these. I would really like it if he moved over here and fought this guy, because I have a tank support. And he'd have to attack for really bad terrain. Now the question is, do I go with a copter over here? And I think what I wanted to do actually is artillery on this side. So if I go artillery, double infantry, that will leave me with 4,000, which will give me a 20,000 turn on the following turn. Or I could go tank artillery. But this being this map, there's fairly high chances that there's going to be a battlecopter being built here. I'm actually leaning towards delaying this artillery another turn, despite how much I'd love to have it up here right now. Just to completely win on this side. But no just mech this time, because I'm not doing any transport stuff. "42, you showed up." We got attacked by so many bots. I had to do an emergency recruitment. I could have base skipped. That's true. It wouldn't be that bad. Sadly, I can't actually, like, my program does not tell me what songs I have playing, which is really annoying. But if you send me, or if you like put a comment on the message with a timestamp of when the song's playing, I'll look through my library and try and find it. Oh my goodness, he really went in on me. But he didn't use his power. He's attacking my stuff. He's hitting my artillery. He hit my mech. What? So rude. Okay, well, I think I'm definitely using my super thingy. I'm thinking this guy shoots this guy, and then probably like this kills, and then these two kill this guy. And then I'm assuming most of the stuff over here dies with the copters coming in and everything. Look at that range. Look at that range. Oh, the damage isn't very good there, though. Okay, probably tank plus recon does it. Let's see if I can get a spare unit to step into this forest, though. That'd be nice. I think we definitely kill the anti-air, because I have like 1 million copters. Mech kills tank. Okay, there's nothing in the way. Can actually soften it up first. Yeah, let's do that. Another tank. Oh, these guys aren't going to reach. So close. This guy will be able to reach. Okay. I guess we're keeping the mech here. I was thinking if maybe I can move it here. But it's... Actually, no, I can move it here and have this guy strike from here. Okay. That reaches all the way over there. Hey, it's to freeze this guy up. Nice. Oh, wow. That guy must have really, really low 3. All right, time to start taking my cities back. Oh, this is looking really exposed. I'll probably do a join over here with these guys and take this city. Battlecopter's almost out of ammo. Oh gosh. Well, I think this game is almost over then. He's still ahead of me in income, but I mean, that's a rough disparity to come back from. And that's with me building copters every turn, so you can't have that much left. I don't think a 3 times RD build would be good. The RD on the other side are just going to take forever. Where with the transport copter, those mechs are still valuable because your infantry aren't any weaker. They're regular mechs. Okay, so I do get this comm tower. Of course, it's not good, but arg. Oh, look how annoying that is. It does wrap all the way around. I'm not sure what I do about this tank. I'd really love to just be able to get an artillery. I think I'm still going to get it. I don't know. I don't think I can actually hold. He's gonna get this. Yeah. I think I just keep the pressure on over here. I do need a tank to respond to the tank, sadly. But after that, I can get an artillery. I was just joking, man. I was just joking. Okay, now what you should do is just sit on this city. I can't. The lander block's really good, but the problem is he's going to have tank, and then he's going to have a forward battle copter, and that combination is going to break me, even if I get an anti-air. Oh, quick transition scene while I do the FFA turn. It's a secret. Okay, I mean, I don't want to spoil anything. It's looking pretty good for me. It's looking pretty good. I already took all these turns, right? Yeah. This guy's very dedicated to the game. Who did he kill here? Oh, he killed an artillery. Well, we'll see how quickly I can close this out, I guess. I do have a lot of infantry over here, and they can start capping this. Go for the lab, and then with all the bombers as blockers, because he doesn't have any anti-air. In combination with these triple anti-air coming in to deal with the airport. I think I can close this out pretty quickly. We'll see how it goes, though. Oh, I have 3 games I actually need to start. We have a tier 3 on the static against Lama Sama. who's a viewer. What do you guys think? Is that another Llama Sama? Oh, Ricky Alexander resigned in our Reverse Max game here. Yeah, he was down to 10 units with 0 infantry. So that's really hard to come back. It's actually impossible to come to, well, not, it's impossible to win if you don't have any infantry left. I might have played him before. Let's check. The sensei timed out in this game. In this one right here, with all of the Sturm recon harassment. I wasn't gonna let him get this comm tower very easily, which is gonna be really rough for him. But I can understand not wanting to try and take a turn here. It's tough to play against all the movement. All right, I'm not. There's McFluffin. No. Let's see here. The Llama Sama. No. No. The Llama Sama in the current game, maybe? I don't know if you can play against the same person multiple times in different modes. Doesn't look like it. No worries. Okay, so I think I saw Lash. Lash it is. Oh, they're the Fog AFFA. Gotcha. We got cross-country rivalry. No, I think this is one of the new maps. I have not played it. I did review a replay on it though, with Genesis against the popular modernism alt, and that's a tier 3. There is a pre-deployed vision, so Sonya would get some a little bit of extra tech going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sadly, it's on the edge. So you don't. If it was in the middle, then that would be a lot of vision. Kindle is banned. Content, they knew. All right, we can Sonya it up. And look at this, Invictus taking my penguins. No mercy. All right, we're tier 4 high funds. Who do we pick? Sadly, Rachel's banned. Or not banned, but just not in the tier. Jess. Cole. Sammy, and just walk the infantry straight down and take it. Ignore the bases. Just da, 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 da. I don't think that quite works. Let's see here. Here, 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 here. But they just, the base is a little, the lab's a little too close. Don't fight the penguin and just take the lab. I wish that would work. So between Jess and Cole. Let's go Cole. Then we can take these first turns. Flash against Andy. Very nice. Oh, what kind of opening were you guys wanting? Or is it? I don't know if there's one you want to see. T-copter, like my Sammy game. We can do it. I don't know if it's not as good without Sammy, but we can see what we can do. Mix it up and use transports for once. Or against Andy. That's kind of rough for us, but it's not the worst thing. So sad that we can't see past this forest. That forest is a nerf to Sonya on this map. Because I'm not getting anything out of this extra vision on the side that something's actually attacking me from. I might as well just delete it. Invictus went with Sammy. Oh my. Oh, I tried to move the penguin stuff. It's messing with my head. Invictus is a stream viewer. How could they do this to me? Okay, we'll go over the replays now. And for our very special guest, we'll start with a content game. Content 725, Olaf against Max. I forget the name of this map, or no, this is It That Betrays. I actually played the game recently on this as Max. And Voice of Akasha also played a game on this recently. Content special today? I only have one full content game, so we can't quite do a special. I used the replay viewer that's community made. I have a link in the description if you want to download it. Okay, here we go. Let's see. So far, looking good. No one's doing a big blunder. No one's going mech first. No one's ignoring this base. It would be amazing if there was some sort of wild timing that you'd want this capture chain first. I was looking at this with, at the same time, it was like Starflash during the Voice of Akasha game with Sammy over here, and looking at sending the 2nd infantry to here instead, and then stepping across the river and taking the airport really early for really fast transport copters. Which might be cool, but I doubt it's really useful for anyone that isn't Sammy. But that might be an opening to try out in the future. It's a tough map. Welcome, Walker. So I think as long as Olaf can survive the front switching potential that Max has with these tanks, I think Olaf will probably win this matchup because it is very choky. So you can get really good artillery play. But the thing that Max can, of course, do is threaten down these alleys and then easily swap to the other base up here and get a lot of damage done. Or threaten up here and then swap down to here and get a lot of damage done. All hail the Penguin King. And I remember when I was playing Max on this map, I didn't see a great recon play because these bases are so close to the properties that you can always build a tank in response very easily. And Compton is not going down here for the, I guess, pressure using like the comm tower and this pressure going up here. I like this a lot. I think this is probably the traditional thing you want to do is to get this city. But you can see here the on the opposing side, that's not what happened. It was more going up into this area. It's also important to note that both players went for this city right away instead of going forward first to secure this capture. Which is probably more beneficial for Max because, of course, his tanks are stronger. Oh, there goes the furnace. So instead of trying to, there we go. Instead of trying to contest this city, Compton's going for this side city and also, I guess, technically threatening this lab. But once you get the city, it's very easy to hold with like an artillery, for instance, where it's kind of hard to take once an infantry is free over here to strike from this mountain. One of your opponents did a base skip recon. Whoa. That's gutsy. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of this tank movement. And that's only because I think it just forces a tank out of here, and then it's tank, like, while Max's tanks are stronger, they're not so much stronger that a tank can't zone them back. Penguins need a furnace. I'm a lone penguin. I'm far from Antarctica. I don't have my other penguins to huddle with. Actually, this is also a great chance to get an artillery, do a tank artillery to hold this. Okay, okay. So just answering, bringing this tank down to zone against this tank. They're just going to have a tank stare off. Content is looking like he's going to lose this city, which is a little rough. But actually, yeah, I think that might be a mistake. Because I don't know what this tank is going to do. Granted this. So Content could have hit this and then had double tank to make sure that this property didn't go to otherwise known as the max. Actually, Content, I need to turn you into the Cobalt Ice. It's true, Max can't. Well, Max can't really buy artillery, which is good. So it is possible that you can let Max get this and then use artillery to kind of push him off. You're no longer green, that's right. Welcome to the stream, you're a penguin now. If you want to tank first, it pretty much has to go north. Then you support the south front with a second tank. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Kind of split their forces. Yeah, I don't think having this go south right away is going to help, because this tank could have just built a tank here to already zone against this tank. But it is possible that what's actually going on here is it's not about the tanks, it's actually about the infantry. Because if Content told me that he wanted to play this game with trying to get as many artillery out that he felt like he could. So this does definitely give you worse tank positioning, because your top tank's just going to be further behind. But what this does do is give you more infantry on this side, and if you're trying to do an artillery-based play style, having more infantry is going to be very important for using as walls and pressuring cities. So if that's what's going on, and that this tank is more of just a response tank, so it's going to go down here to respond to this tank. And the only thing in that case is I wouldn't build a tank up here. I'd probably just build an artillery. Losing the city definitely does hurt, though. But it looks like it's going to be traded for the side city, because Content's going to be able to pressure this one. So he's not going to go down in economy. At least not yet. Flexible like here. I mean, like it can interrupt this cap. The problem, you can't really interrupt this cap, because you can always just build a tank from either of these two bases. And you can kind of go up and do like a pincer strike, which isn't so bad. It doesn't have an immediate value. He can kind of retreat and build a tank in response. And then you kind of lose your tank presence down here, so you have to build a tank. I don't know, it's rough. Whoa. Okay, that looks like a really weird move. So this tank is very much out of position in comparison to building a tank over here. I think this might be with the intention of taking this city. But the thing that Max is really giving up here is this city, right? I guess he can, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so Content can, no, Content can, right? Content can go tank, infantry clears, infantry steps and takes the city. And then build backup tank or artillery. You're going to psych up a hit here, but you steal the city and your tank's not going to die. So usually if you're playing as Max, you want to be very aggressive with your tanks. You don't usually want to fall back and try and play defensively with them. You want your opponent to have to play defensively against your tanks. And this is a similar situation what Content had up here with just having inferior offensive tank positioning based on buying the tank way up here, where he could have had this tank doing lots of stuff down here and then just build a tank in the middle to do what this tank is doing. Okay, so Content goes for the hit up here, which I'm sure Max is kicking himself over not just building a tank here to protect this stuff. But this, it's nice to get a little hit like this. It's not going to be a huge game changer. It's very important that Content has these 2 infantry over here, though. If he didn't send this infantry to this spot, I guess he could send it over here. But what's important is that he can have this one step on this mountain and this one step on this road, so this guy can't just step over and trap the tank. Content's really going aggressive down here. That's a little risky because this tank was already built and it can kind of run you down. But it can't reach this turn, so there's time to react. I actually really like this infantry stepping onto this mountain, because it's threatening to take this city. And no tanks have actually been built up here. So if these 2 tanks don't get if there isn't a proper response against them, Max could be in a lot of trouble with both of these cities starting to get caps on them. Okay, so this tank does get built in response. This tank is... yeah. This is kind of what can happen if you let your opponent steer the game. So this tank got built, I believe, here, and then went down here, and then went back up here, and now it's back over here. So it's kind of not done that much. Where not really done anything. It hasn't forced buys, I guess, is what I should be saying. Which is what he would like to be doing against Olaf. Invictus, you stole my penguins, yes. How dare you? Going in for that attack. Okay. Okay. So yeah, with the artillery backup, this is looking a lot better. Okay, that's good. Now these tanks are being built down here. You can see there's only 1 tank that's actually threatening anything. So just a tank buy can zone that out. Yeah, that's exactly right, Walker. Because these bases are so close to the front, you don't really want to move your tanks around. Just buy tanks in response. But this was a really nice attack. It was like incredibly sketchy, and then the artillery moves up, and now attacking from the lab is no longer good. Okay. So this looks like a pretty good fight for content. The only thing I would have liked is if this penguin, or I guess this infantry, was here instead, but I can understand not wanting to have it on the road. Just I would have liked to have a full health penguin that could attack from the lab. She's got a few choices here. He can either just try and pick off these two tanks, or I mean, this one tank with a 2-hit KO, and then again use artillery backup like right here, cover all the possible tank attacks, and I imagine that might be what he does, and then use some infantry attacks to kill these infantry. Because he didn't actually get put under any more pressure down here. Very important to, of course, do the comm tower capture first before doing engagements. Ooh, that's even better. Yeah, exactly. That's going to result in pretty much a tank for just 3 health. It's not looking good for Max to attack into this. The artillery was way too safe for him to really do anything. The best he could do, I guess, is kill like some of these fringe infantry. Yeah, this is really nice. This mountain range stops any tanks from getting attacks from outside of this artillery range. And this 9 health infantry is really annoying because he's going to have to use a tank to kill it. So that means all 3 tanks would have to be invested to either get 2 first strikes here or to just kill this one tank inside artillery range and tank backup range. It's so peaceful down here. I don't like putting the infantry here, I think. I feel like Max can just take a free shot from the city. Yeah, and then actually start getting some pressure going over here. And the tank doesn't really protect it. The infantry can get in the way very easily. There's a lot of them. But otherwise, I think this is very nice. I like the fight going on up here. I like the artillery. I kind of wish there was some more artillery buys, but I understand that the tank buys. I just don't think that this push is going to realistically get much further than this, because as soon as this artillery has to be put into a position that isn't like really protected by mountains, it's going to start crumbling against the 2 base tanks. Yeah, he can attack, but he can't cap. That's true. For down here. It's just, I think you're already stopping the cap from having stuff up here in a more safe place. All right, he went for the 2 first strikes, which is totally fine for content. The tank on this base actually covers this one. So he gets 2 tank strikes and an artillery strike, and then this tank can even like go back and heal. Is it worth breaking the pipe seam to get another angle? This one? Only if there's like a lot of pressure going on. That's a tough investment for Olaf. It will take 3 artillery strikes or 2 artillery strikes and like 2 tank strikes. You can submit replay, Shadow. I'm going to only do 1 replay per person unless I'm doing 1 replay per person per stream. And then I just save the other ones that people submit for future streams. Oh, this one. Well, Max can't break that. Not easily. He'd have to... buy a like a medium tank. Because he can't get artillery. Well, he can get artillery. They're just not very good. I'll break it with a bomber. That's going to be really tough. Because, yeah, he should definitely get some decopters. Or B-copters. A bomber will be tough because it's not quite a high econ map. And there's like a big pressure fight going on with immediate reinforcements from this base. So you'd have to take quite the tempo loss to build a bomber. How should Max respond to Olaf's indirects? Well, you don't really want to fight into them until you have your power, and you can either drill through all the blockers to get to it, or just kind of have so much of an attack that it doesn't matter that the artillery strikes. In this case, I just wouldn't have gone in and saved my tanks. Probably go down here, do a little front switch, and pressure the much weaker front. Also, battlecopters, for sure. Because a lot of what's protecting this artillery is the terrain, and the battlecopter won't care. Yeah, ending up in snow is rough. You have to do a lot of damage. So arguably, you don't have to actually go and heal with this guy. You could have the 1 go and heal and the 3 take a strike here, but I'm not upset with this. I would prefer healing back here, though. I understand that what you're doing is you're preventing this cap from starting. No, it's fine. He can't really... I was worried that he can peel around and start picking off these tanks, and then your artillery is going to be like out of position to deal with it. Whoa. Well, I don't like this attack. I would much prefer keep this guy alive. He's a great blocker, if nothing else. And there's already multiple infantry to start this capture, so I don't think knocking this down to 8 is that great. There's also the problem with the 5 health is also very valuable because it's not as valuable as like this 4 health infantry. But at 5, you can still get sacrificial plays to break infantry walls. 4 health is the perfect, of course. The perfect amount, because it can sacrifice on planes very easily. But the 5 health infantry can get sacrifices from like road onto city and stuff. I like what's going on up here. Really nice infantry placements to stop the tanks from getting 2-hit KOs. And then the 1 to 2-hit KO they can get is in artillery range. And I also like the battlecopter buy. It's gonna force a response. Okay, well, you're very, very, very happy with a max force like that. You can tell that you are ahead in unit value. You're a little bit behind in unit count because you just got hit. But when you get hit by a max force and you're still ahead in unit value from where you should be in an even game, you're just like, elated because you're going to be able to pick off all the stuff that had to kind of overextend to get its own kills, which is really nice. There's now a lot of tanks over here, so you probably just back up a bit and bring the fight up here, which is something you'd like to do because it overextends his two bases to try and fight across these mountains because this pipe seam is of course not broken. And then down here, he did take a favorable trade against your tank, but it's not that big of a deal because, I mean, the tank doesn't die. He didn't really bring any more reinforcements with it, so as soon as this battlecopter shows up, your tank doesn't even have to move. It can just sit here if it wants. And then the battlecopter can show up, and then protect it. And then down here with the infantry hit, he's going to lose this infantry, and it doesn't even stop you from interrupting this cap if you want to. I don't think you should interrupt that cap because you'll just end up losing another infantry and delaying it a single turn. But I would recommend killing this infantry, of course. Just take as much unit count as you can, and then your artillery are going to be even better. And this is indeed the first copter of the match. Okay, well, I'm a little bit iffy on what's going on there. I mean, you're still fine, because even if he kills stuff over here, you're just gonna get your super. But the problem with doing stuff like this is it opens up sacrifice plays to break your wall, and then you can kill your artillery. I don't know if he's going to go for that, but he could. Okay, he didn't do it. So he has a lot of options here for how he wants to break it. He can kind of... he can break it through the top and then 2-hit KO like this guy and then kill the artillery from the city. He can just break it directly across the city with the 4 health into the 8 health, and then a tank comes up to finish it off. If that doesn't work, he might be able to get the 5 into 8. Probably not. 4 into 8 will definitely sack, though. I imagine so. If not, then he can kill it this way. But even if he did do that, I think you would have been fine, because in response you get your super, and that kind of cuts. It's not quite... I don't know if I'd call it game losing to lose that artillery. Only if they were even on powers, I would say that's really rough. You'll probably end up losing the front. But since Max would be so far behind in the power game, at this point, I think Olaf can just punish it really, really hard. Oh, the Lama-sama. We have many, many bots coming for us, yeah. Okay, we can see just how strong the snow is on this front. There's no roads. So this tank can't actually protect this tank because it goes 1, 2... and then it costs 3 to go into the forest, I believe. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it would take 7 to step to here. You can go down here to strike, but then it's into artillery range, so you really can't do pretty much anything on the snow turn. Well, oh, he could go across. Does snow not make woods cost more? Does rain only make the woods cost more? Only rain. Oh, okay, never mind then. So you can do this attack. It's still fine for content though. He has the artillery here. Yeah, I mean, this artillery is going to be good. Yep, you still have plenty of infantry over here. And artillery plus battlecopter is a nice combination. As long as there isn't a tank to go along with the... Invictus. As long as there isn't a tank to go along with the anti-air, you can do really nice things. Like you can have battlecopter, tank, hits tank, artillery comes up so that when the anti-air comes over to kill the battlecopter, the artillery shoots the anti-air. And then you can get the really nice trade of battlecopter for tank anti-air, which is always really good. Interesting that you didn't go for this attack. I get why. It's because you wanted to stand here so he can't hit you from the city. I think it's probably better to just send this guy over here to start capping this. Have an infantry start capping this and try and get this kill. Because this guy will also cap in 2 turns because he's at 9. So, yeah. Very defensive. But there's not really any healthy infantry, of course, because you're Olaf. So you can be very far back and not get really punished at all. You don't like leaving this open? Yeah. In general, I think it would be probably bad practice. Or are you talking about this one? There just isn't quite enough here to bust through. Yeah, the principle, I agree. But in this situation, it's fine. Okay, Max is looking super dead. Now he has a lot of tanks over here, but he's running into the problem of he's trying to like have a counter fight going on, but he doesn't have the infantry support up there to actually force anything. Because tanks don't force fights because they can't take stuff. The mech. Yeah, this is definitely looking like our Max friend's going to resign. He can try and do a really big front switch. Kind of, I mean, there's not really a ton of punish that he'd be suffering against you, except maybe the city. He can try and do a really big front switch and hope that you just like throw your army away to his power. The flying V. Okay, this is looking like one of those attacks you do when you want to resign, but you want to use your power. Exactly. So that was really well played, Content. There was only like a few minor things with like the tank location for where you bought your tanks, but you used your artillery very well. You took very nice positionings. very nice positions, using the terrain to your benefit as well. You gotta pad those damage down / loss stats exactly in the history. You didn't overextend on the other side, which is something that can often happen, and that was really good. Somehow you managed to stop this city. I guess it was the battlecopter, if I remember correctly, for the whole game. So it didn't really hurt you that much that you lost this city because your opponent never got this one. Yeah, the only really big thing is to be careful about sacrifice plays when you're walling for artillery. But that stuff is very, very difficult to see. But in general, it's look out for 4 health things, because 4 health things can break walls. Okay, and then we have a game sent in by Rishi yesterday. All right, so Hijara is an alt. Raka. Raka is a top standard player, and this is his Grim alt. And then LVJD is one of the best standard players. So we have 2 top standard players going at it on Shadows Chase You Endlessly. This is an older game. LVGAD is not back as far as I know. So this is, I would imagine, a pretty tough map for Grim. The airports are strong, which is very nice, but so are artillery, and Jake is going to have much better artillery because of course, the range increase, and when he gets his super, the plus movement against Grim is really brutal too. Need to start a Rishi fan club. What is good for Grim though is as long as he goes for some of these forward captures very early, he can avoid a lot of infantry on infantry battles. So the only thing I'd be really worried about for Grim is just getting zoned to death, both by increased artillery range and increased movement range. Okay, LVJD is going straight for the airport. Which it's not bad because there's a lot of captures up here. It just means that he's not going to be going for any early vehicles. He's going to be playing very defensive. Probably. And often this is kind of what people do with their black boats. You have a choice. You can either sit here and be really annoying for unit pathing and then return to the harbor when something threatens to go take it. Or you can, of course, use the black boat instead as a blocker and a healer and transporting infantry and all that stuff. You think that Hijara goes straight for the airport? It's not that big of a deal because it's very difficult to deny this airport. So you can kind of take your time and go for the early econ instead. Grim does have the potential here to set up an interrupt over here, because this infantry can go start this capture, and it will finish before this infantry finishes, so it can then step forward and hit this, and vehicles from this base that aren't recons can't actually punish that. I don't know how good that would be for Grim, but it's something you can do on the map. And that's enabled because of these double forests. And the positioning you do here with the capped infantry and this infantry over here is to make sure that the black boat can't deny both infantry. It can either stop an infantry from walking over here and then getting on the island and getting to the airport, or it can stop the infantry from going this way from the city and getting to the airport. And then the other one just takes this city. That's the basic idea. Now, this map is also infamous for stealths, so we might end up seeing that. Grim stealths are the best stealths, so. Well, they're not the best stealths, but he's got good stealths because he's got a lot of attack damage, and they don't take counterattack damage. Yeah, there's a lot of properties on this map, so you have a lot of money, and you have a very flexible capture route, or capture phase. You can kind of do things however you want. It's a very flexible capture phase, and it's really hard to punish. There's only a few properties that you can reasonably try and deny. So I think the recon's pretty good against Grim in general. I don't know how good it's going to be built this late, though. Usually if you want to go a recon, you do it as fast as possible. But we'll see. Okay, it's looking like he's going to try and sacrifice the recon to maybe prevent the comm tower. You can't prevent the airport because this tank is going to be right here or over here. Well, and the airport's going to finish next turn. But it'll be a sacrifice of the recon because the tank can come onto this island. Okay, so he went recon copter, which kind of, I mean, it forces a tank in the bottom as a response, and it forces an AA in the top as a response. But that's not breaking the bank for Grim, so I'm feeling a little dubious about these choices. Usually what you want to do is... Oh, that sucks. even top players mess up misclicks. Oh no. Okay, so he's going to send an infantry down here to replace whatever gets hit by this recon to make sure he gets the comm tower. But that did cost him the presence up here. So maybe the recon's whole point was just to get an infantry to walk down here instead of walking up here to go for these captures. Yeah, we're back at the furnace. And we're seeing the problem that I was pointing out with Grim is that he didn't actually go for these properties really early, like I think he probably should have. The birdie is just like in total agreement. Because Grim's infantry are very easy to interrupt. So I would much prefer taking these right away and just avoiding having to fight for them in the contested phase. LVJD base skipped. He base skipped with 2,000 in the bank. So that means he's double tanking next turn. That's a really risky thing to do. It's very what would you call it? It's very telegraphed. There we go. Although LVJD often does telegraph stuff like this. And what that means is Raka here can definitely respond to the fact that 2 tanks are going to come next turn. And that's exactly what he does. He goes tank, battlecopter, and does a base skip of his own in response. I kind of think maybe 2 tanks would have been better. There's already the AA. It was expecting the battlecopter. I don't know. Or you could have done something with maybe saving up for a medium tank or something. And there's the interrupts I was talking about. Like, look at how brutal that is. You get knocked down to 4, so you can't even just like cap and then cap. You have to triple cap. However, it's not that bad for Raka because of this attack down here, which is really weird. LPJD is kind of throwing away a lot of unit count. So this is a really, well, in this case it's not as important, but this is often a very important infantry to hurt or interrupt, because it's often used to either chain into this property, or it's used to chain into this, not chain, but route into this property. So it's kind of a key infantry to interrupt, because there's more value than just the one city. Yeah, the recon. The only thing the recon's done is it forced an infantry to go down here, which enabled these attacks up here. But you can see that it is working out decently well for him economically, just not unit count wise. And because he has such a better CO in this matchup, I think these are exchanges he can definitely afford to take. Yeah, the copter up here being really annoying. That's just because this AA is being really like stretched. It has to defend both of these guys, so it can't actually stop this copter from blocking. These guys are top of standard. So like 1400, 1500. They are at least 900. So I'm not a huge fan of going for this. Well, I guess it's fine. So what's going to happen, of course, is this is going to get interrupted. But because it's getting interrupted, the city gets delayed by a turn because this guy's going to go for it. The fact that this artillery doesn't cover is really rough for what Grim is going for, what Rock is going for. Probably needed the artillery just a turn earlier. The copter in the middle, though, is doing some serious work for blocking, and the AA is going to be too busy down here just locking the airport. And it can, if it wants, kill this infantry. And if LVJD is going to stick with his current game plan of just hitting Rocket economically, he might still go for it and just take the tank shot. And that's exactly what he does. I think that's probably the right play, too. Yeah, definitely build another AA while this one heals. Okay. So now this is looking kind of rough for Grim on the top here, because that was his only infantry to do any of these captures. All the other infantry are very much out of position. And because this one hasn't actually started any captures, he still has to dedicate an AA to defending it, while also needing this AA to defend against these copters hitting his vehicles. So that's why he just doesn't move this infantry. He's using copter and AA to defend against these two copters. And he gets a medium tank down here to deal with this. Interesting, he didn't actually go for this hit because of the tank follow-up. It was a 2-hit KO from the tank follow-up. He could have, instead of this medium tank, he could have gone for the tank hit. He could have gone for the tank hit and then built a battle copter. And then built, I guess, a tank infantry. Yeah, he's catching up in unit count because of the cop. And some of the traits, like this attack down here is really good for him. Yeah, I mean, that's looking pretty hard for Grim to deal with here. This rocket is definitely an LVJD classic. He loves to build rockets. And since Grim doesn't have any movement boosts, while he can wall break to try and get to the rocket, he can't quite get the kind of snipes that you'd want. All right, so Rock has recognized that he can't really keep doing this really passive play where he's just letting himself get stretched thin, trying to defend against all possible attacks. So he's going to try and press the issue. Otherwise, he's just going to fall too far behind. So he goes for a little attack here. This does leave this infantry open to being hit by this copter, and he's just going to consider that a worthwhile sacrifice. I'm not seeing a really good way for LVJD to punish here. He can very easily break through this tank and get a recon hit on this artillery while this tank hits this anti-air. But that's not that bad. This copter probably would ignore this infantry in that case, and you go maybe kill a tank or recon copter, kill the artillery. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, he's just gonna sacrifice, or it's not really a sacrifice. He's gonna trade the copters for the tanks. I'm not a huge fan of that, just because there isn't actually anything here to deal with the anti-air afterwards, because the anti-air is going to kill this copter, and then this tank gets a tank-on-tank strike. I would have preferred going after the anti-air, I think. He's kind of just getting a unit comped now at the top. But he is getting pretty far ahead in the economy now. So it's not... It's a worthwhile trade for him, I think, overall. Yeah, attacking when LVJD built a rocket is good timing too, because then the reinforcements are just going to be in the infantry. I don't know about... It's a lot of copter buys, but I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. This copter is actually safe. There isn't quite enough here to kill like copter recon, that kind of stuff. But he's still gonna lose some copters up there. But maybe he's okay with that because he really wants the super. Copter plus tank does beat continual AAs eventually, but only if these AAs actually start taking damage. If they don't start taking damage, then you're going to have just AAs killing copters and then tanks fighting tanks. Really going with the delaying the economy strat there. Whoa, it just resigns. That's, I mean, he's getting hurt really bad economically. And he's getting outpositioned down here. But there aren't any infantry really coming with this attack. So it's not that bad. I guess it's because he can't really punish the stuff leaving, because of course his infantry also really delayed now. The super was coming. This is his Grim alt. So he's always picking Grim. Yeah, it's true. He can't really... He needed like one more vehicle up here. I don't know if that was something he could have really done. But well played to LVJD. His strategy definitely ended up working out. I think Raqqa letting these cities wait for so long really hurt him. Got another game from Disobeyed from, I think, 2 days ago. Max versus Sammy. Disobeyed's already the Penguins. How nice. Okay. Let's see how this goes. I think there's a few interesting openings here. I think going for the airport first is pretty much always what you want to do, though. I'm okay with not going for this quite yet. You could definitely go here and then go for this very central city. Max has a huge advantage, yeah. Base light is awful for Sammy. And the reason that is because you very quickly get forced into just pretty much pure vehicle buys, and you'll run out of infantry. And when Sammy has no infantry, she no longer has any powers. All she has is weaker vehicles. I'm gonna do probably like 3 more replays. Oh, okay. So this was a long walk to get to this city. I would not do a walk that long, because this city is not really that contested. It's going to start messing with your vehicle timings. Yeah, that's a big problem with Sammy, is that she just becomes a worse generic CO without foot soldiers. Exactly. It's part of why she has a hard time in Fog. It's very easy to get into that situation. Good night, Rejected Devil. So Sammy's definitely going to want to keep up copter spam as much as possible. Probably wanted to go infantry transport copter too, because that will be just better than the mech right now. But this does set her up for getting a copter into infantry next turn. Whoa. Well, you usually don't want to just wait with the tank. I guess it's already in the position you want. But basically what that tells you, if you're ever moving your tank out and then you're just waiting in a single spot, that means you probably should have just built that tank a turn later. And gotten another infantry out or something. Okay, so Sammy does go with the copter infantry. That's what she has to do to try and get as many infantry out there, stay ahead in the unit count, use the copters to fight as much as you can. So this was a little bit of a questionable capture to go for. Sammy, of course, does still get this capture, because Sammy privilege, but it's also looking like the kind of capture that you're going to get and then immediately lose the infantry and then lose the capture, which is something that happens to Sammy a lot, and it's really, really bad. I like this attack, though. Definitely take the free hits when you can. And you can't quite get trapped, so it's okay. You think you can trap it? You can't trap that. You can go here, here, and tank around. guess you can go tank around and just. Well, no, you can't, because you'd have to go this here. You can't trap that. But then how do you block down here? This guy has to cover both this tile and this tile. It's trapped because it's caught in the back corner. I think it probably just runs down here, right? And then it permanently harasses the bases. Okay. So I'm liking this. Well, not quite. I'm not sure why this infantry moved here. It's also being set up for just a free pickoff. And then you can't trap that copter in there. I guess you can kind of trap it. You can zone it in. But then I think this tank can show up in time to help. It could be a little bit of a trap. Okay. I do like taking this free hit over here. You can see that this was indeed the kind of situation where while Sammy gets the cap, just immediately loses the infantry and then loses the city. So in that case, you don't want to go for anything like that. Okay, so he doesn't go for the hit on this. Recognizing that the kind of gets trapped, not quite trapped, but like zoned into the corner. I like the mech. I like the recons. Recons are of course very good against infantry. They're pretty good against mechs when they get first strikes, especially for Max, who gives them extra move and a lot of damage. All right, we're already seeing a problem with poor Sammy here. Doesn't have any good answer to these AAs, and now all these copters that were built are just having to run away and not getting any damage. But still kind of forced into building more of them just to try and keep up in unit count, and in this case, in mechs. Sammy mechs are really strong, but they're also, of course, very vulnerable to getting just run over by a max power. So at this point, Sammy can't really utilize her passive capture bonus anymore. So she's very quickly becoming just a worse generic CO. I think she will get this capture though. It's almost getting to the point where Max can just get a really good attack in. Yeah. Sammy's infantry hit harder, but they don't have any increased defense. So if they get first strikes on your infantry, then it's really good for Sammy. But when they're the ones getting first struck, they melt just like any other. And yeah, because it's base light, you can see that like being forced into double vehicle happens a lot, and it's very, very difficult to fight against if you're not also doing double vehicle. Mechs are very slow. Yeah, Sammy's down in income. It's a small map. I don't think there was that much she could do about it. Maybe she could have done something to try and hold this. Something she can do, instead of trying to just stick with mechs, tanks, and copters, is she could get some indirects. Because her indirects aren't any weaker. And this map does have pretty good spots for indirects. It's just very scary to do that against Max, of course, because you can break walls. Okay, this is looking like a very bad attack. But I don't think Sammy really was ever going to get a very good attack, so you kind of take what you can get. The tanks can, of course, kill the anti-air. The copters can kill the copter. These mechs aren't actually covering each other, so they can also be taken out, probably. That was very silly. You can just use a copter to kill the anti-air. It's fine. I mean, this does let Sammy actually get some hits off on the copter, but even so, I think that plays more into Max's hand of just getting the super faster. I don't like the medium tank here. I think it's definitely overkill for what you're fighting. Although Sammy doesn't have a great way of killing it either. Yeah, I would have agreed with just doing lots of recon like copter builds against this composition. I imagine this is going to do just a ridiculous amount of damage here. The nice thing that Sammy has going for her right now is at least a vehicle has to be used to kill this guy, I guess. To really open this. Well, that's looking like a very questionable max power now. I don't think it was really needed to do any of those. Do any of those attacks. I understand that, of course, the idea of pressuring the HQ could also have used the extra movement to just kill everything up here. Except these tanks up. I guess this tank, that tank, the AA and the copter get to get in on this action. This tank gets to get in. It does protect. I don't think you really care if Sammy supers and takes a few of these cities, because then the infantry get overextended, you kill the infantry and you take the cities back. The medium tank spam. Okay. I mean, Sammy's going to have a very hard time dealing with those. It's true. So we see the victory march here. I think it gets one city. Yeah, that's a very, very rough map for Sammy. It's tough. You can see how strong max vehicles are against her, and she really, really can't match them 1-to-1. Would have to try and get some artillery stuff going, but the copters are really strong too. But I think Disobeyed, you played this very well. You definitely put in some very nice pressure on Sammy. I liked the early recon. It was a good choice. I would encourage more recons against Sammy. You did a great job of dealing with the early copter pressure with the anti-air. The copters, of course, a good response to your tank, but then there was no follow-up to deal with the anti-air, and you kind of just completely won this side because of that, which was a good choice. All right, I got a game from Hazel Dazel. Against a penguin. Oh my gosh, what do I do about that? I already know about what I do about this. Wahahaha. Okay, and just like that, now you are the penguins. So Andy versus Kindle is a fun one. You don't actually see it that often, but Kindle has some pretty good tech against Andy because you can get some nice one shots off of the cities. But if Andy can control the cities well enough, then Kindle's kind of just a base CO trying to fight Andy, which is tough because it'll be hard to kill off his stuff. And I'm facing the wrong way. Always very good to go for those neutral bases first. Oh no! I think this is a low rated game, so this is going to be something that you'll end up seeing a lot. It's not so much not. I mean, it might be a case of not knowing that you need to go for bases right away, but often it's just like the first time on the map, and you just don't scan it very well. That can happen. I've also had cases where I've scanned the map and missed the neutral base, and then don't see it until it's a little too late. I like that Andy is going up. Didn't go just straight for this. Going for some of these very contested properties. I kind of like going for this one. Going up and then going over here and then taking these two and then maybe trying to get this one. Oh no. Covered up by the little infographic here. He went into the corner and went for that capture. So didn't recognize. Usually what happens is you see your opponent step and start capturing something. You're like, what are they capturing? Oh, they're capturing a base. Oh, I have a base. And then you walk over to it. That didn't happen in this case, which is not going to go well. And then the mech buy. So usually you don't want mechs in the capture phase because they don't move as far and they cost more than infantry. But in this case, the punish is not so bad because you get here in the same speed of an infantry, and you also get to this one in the same speed of an infantry, and then to this one in the same speed of an infantry. So it's okay. They're not actually gonna slow down their capture phase with the mech buy. It's just gonna be weird having a mech going towards the back. Okay, I'm totally okay with this. I think this is like the greatest thing you can do when you're lower rated and you're really trying to like learn how to play the game effectively, is you just go for the closest properties you can. You don't really need to worry about the contested properties at the lower ratings. You kind of take them, just take whatever you can get as soon as you can. That will give you the most immediate money and let you build vehicles as soon as possible. So you won't just fall over dead to any pressure. I would not recommend doing the mech buy. It's just it's not going to actually end up hurting him like it could have. Or hurting them. Similarly, it does get to this property in the same amount of time, but it wouldn't get to this one as fast. So I don't know if they're calculating that out and then deciding if they want to get a mech that way. But if they are, then kudos to them. That's some pretty nice capture phase calculations. Maybe the same thing's going on for this capture. And then the idea is to go here and then here, and then from here you go here and then here. Maybe. That's a lot of mechs, yeah. Usually you don't want to get a lot of early mechs because they slow down your capture phase and they're very, very slow for putting any pressure on your opponent. So in this case, Hazel Dazel can do whatever she wants. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. Went for a capture that's right by our base. That's totally fine. Ideally, you would go towards the one over here just because it has more captures that you can then immediately go into. And then building a tank once you have the funds, totally the right thing to do. It's tank, infantry, like battlecopter is the bread and butter composition. And that's kind of like the first kind of composition that you want to master when you're playing the game. The only thing I would say is when you have this kind of choice where you have 3 bases open and you're going to build a tank at one of them, the way you're going to decide of where you build this tank is first you're going to see what kind of pressure you're under to see if you need to respond to that. Like if they did a recon first or something, then you need to build a tank in response. And if there isn't a response that you need to do, you're going to look at what captures is this base close to. So in this case, this base is close to these captures. So I'd want to build an infantry here. But over here, this base doesn't have any captures really that you don't have an infantry already assigned to. So I'd rather you build a tank over here if you want to build a tank on this side. Just so the tank isn't actually ending up slowing down your capture phase. And Tattle the bird agrees. So, I'm not seeing what the target of this mech is. This one made sense to me. This one kind of made sense to me. This one kind of made sense to me. The other mechs is going to start just slowing, being like a little too slow of a crawl to really get much pressure going. Sometimes, though, the mech spam can work out, right? Because they cover each other really nicely, and if your opponent's just like, oh look, a unit I can attack, and they send their tank in and they hit a mech, and then the other mechs come up and kill it, then that can work out very nicely for you. If you're having trouble against mechs, there's a whole bunch of different counter units to them. Medium tanks do pretty well against mechs. Artillery do really well against mechs. Copters do really well against mechs. Infantry do really well against mechs. And you wouldn't usually rely on just one of those to deal with the mechs. You would do a composite formation of using like infantry, a couple battlecopters, and some artillery, or like infantry and medium tanks. And the mechs will just kind of get overwhelmed and slaughtered by the first strikes. Now, as Andy, I do like mechs. Because the things that there's a few things that mechs really like. They like movement speed boosts. Andy's super gives them +1 move. That's great. They like power boosts. Andy's super gives them a power boost. And he also boosts them because he heals them. And a lot of first strikes on mechs bring them down to 4 or 5 HP or 6, 4, 5, or 6. And that's perfect range for Andy Super to bring them back up to full or close to full and get really good counter strikes. That's a lot of mechs. If you're doing a lot of mechs, I would definitely recommend going for the airport really fast to get some transport copters so you don't lose all the presence on the map. Okay, so I like this attack. It's recognizing that these mechs do not actually protect this infantry. I would prefer if it happens from the city. Just because whenever you take a hit like this, and you'll note your health didn't go down from full, but you do still take a percentage. You probably took like, I don't know, like 4% damage from this. Which means that this tank has chip on it. Yeah, so it's going to be easier to kill. But if you attack from the city, you'll take less chip because you'll have more defense. The health doesn't actually tick down until you go under the threshold of that number times 10. So what this is actually saying is that its health is between 50 and 60. And what this is saying is its health is between 90 and 100. And when you're dealing with damage, it's the number that's shown is going to determine how much damage it deals. The percentage health is only going to matter for killing the unit. And then cities will repair chip like this for free. Basically, cities heal you for exactly 20% HP, and they only charge you for every 10% that they heal. So if you have like 9% damage on you, and you go and you sit on a city, you will heal that 9%, and you'll do it for free. I like this. Recognizing like, well, I can't really do anything against all of these mechs in this tank. So you know what? I'll just go over here and deal with these infantry that are going to be trying to capture this stuff. There's nothing over here that's going to be able to protect this comm tower capture. So if I go over here and threaten it, that's a free interrupt. Okay, so the only thing that I'm a little concerned about is, well, since you're learning quite a bit, I'm fine with just sticking with the bread and butter composition. The infantry plus tank will definitely just beat mech as well. But in response to mech, I would recommend getting some more artillery. And then if you look at replays of this map, you're going to notice that a lot of artillery get bought on it because there's really good spots like you found right here that covers like the city, for instance. There's a spot like right here that covers these cities. And there's just a lot of really good spots for artillery on this map and a lot of good zoning potential. Oh, true. I totally forgot your Kindle. So yeah, if you're Kindle, you want to attack from cities as much as possible because you get plus 40% damage when you attack from a city, a base, an airport, a port, or I guess it's a harbor, or the HQ. So that's a CO specific thing. Okay, so So this is looking very, very killable, I believe. Although, yeah, definitely capture the comm tower first. You got your very nice interrupt over here. This artillery is already getting some work in. I would prefer if the artillery went here, so they could guard both sides against this mech. All right, this is looking really good. You're not putting your tanks in mech range ever, and you're letting the infantry kind of fight the fight. Okay, this is looking very good. I'm pretty sure a tank can clear this. You can always sacrifice units to try and clear a unit on the city, and then get strikes to get one-hit KOs. In this case, your opponent has left you a very nice spot. You get a tank versus tank or tank to kill mech. And then your infantry can clear this off, and then the infantry would hit from the city to kill this mech. You would probably do... you'd probably just do like double... Basically, there's a bunch of like 2-hit KOs that you can kind of just learn, and as you play the game. And 2 tanks will kill a tank. So you go tank from forest, tank from plains. And over here, you'd probably go tank, kill mech in one shot. Infantry hits this mech, and then these infantry clean out these mechs. You probably have like this guy clear this guy out. And you can go like probably like 7 and 3 maybe, and then the guy goes here and kills. There's lots of options. Okay, so usually you want to attack. You want to attack from the most defensive terrain possible, so you take the least counter. That's a general rule of thumb that will get you in trouble in future games, because you'll have a plan where you're attacking from a specific spot's going to matter, but that specific spot has weaker terrain, and then when you go on autopilot, you're going to attack from the stronger terrain and throw the game. If you're me. All right, looking good. Ooh, just barely survived that. I like the attack from the city. I like the 2-hit KO you got over here. I'm a little concerned about what this artillery is doing, but it's tough to learn what to do with artillery. That's usually why they get delayed in the learning process till you get more comfortable with just the bread and butter units. Ooh, straight to Neotank. Well, Neotank will do very well against mechs. Yeah, you're gonna get the battle copter soon, which is really good. Okay, well in this case the artillery is doing great. It's already got a nice shot. Ooh, with mech join on the mountain. That's spicy. Warning, Lonnie. The artillery does not survive. That's too bad. Gets a nice shot. You can, as long as you have a tank in range that can then sit on this city, you can't. Your opponent won't actually be able to take a safe first strike. It's like, this is great. Looking good. Something I would like here is to use like these other infantry that can't step on the airport to block it and be really annoying, to kill off this guy and then just step on the airport and force a tank to respond. Okay, so in this case, it would be you would want to step off of the city so you can strike from the city and get your huge damage boost. But I wouldn't worry about that too much. Lots of people make mistakes playing as Kindle and just not attacking from the city. Even really high-rated players. And already in the neutral city. Yeah, on this map in particular, early artillery are just really good. There's so many really good spots. It's very easy to wall for them. There's lots of mountains that provide very nice ends to the wall. I think we're about to see a little mistake here. I think this is just a normal mistake that happens. Yeah, I think stopping the city cap, I mean, obviously it's bad, but I think it's just a mistake. Not like almost like a mouse slip kind of mistake, an oversight, not like a tactical blunder. Okay, things are looking very, very good for you. You have a nice lead in all the metrics except for power, of course. So when you start getting a lead, there's a few different ways to kind of like close out the game. Ooh, Urban Blight. Oh, interesting. Urban Blight and then shoot the mech. So usually when you go for Urban Blights, you're going to be looking for attacks that you can do from cities because you suddenly get basically your normal day-to-day powers, you have plus 40% attack while on urban terrain, and Urban Blight says now it's plus 80% attack, and then you get another plus 10% because you have a power active. So it's plus 90% attack when you're attacking from a terrain. And then you also have the comm tower. So you're doing double damage when you attack from a property. Like down here, this tank will one-shot this tank probably. The Neo tank will super overkill it. So you want to try and avoid as much overkill as possible. So you usually want to save the Neo tank to do something else. Like killing the artillery. Oh yeah, so closing out the game, when you start getting a really big advantage, there's a few ways to do it. You can either, of course, tech up to try and force your opponent into builds that they really don't want to make against what you have currently, like a bunch of tanks. Or you can just kind of overwhelm them with a mixed unit composition, which is most often going to be battlecopter and tanks. The reason that is, we got a bot. The reason that is because to respond to battlecopters, you need to either build anti-air or copters yourself, but you cannot keep up with someone who's ahead of you in like economy. You can't really match them copter to copter and then also keep up vehicle-wise. So if they can't match you copter to copter, they're going to be constantly falling behind in unit count, and they have to build anti-air to deal with the copters, and tanks fight the anti-air really well. So that composition is going to be the easiest way to close out a game. And you can also do stuff like build a stealth and airport lock and win that way. So you're getting beat up over here, but you're getting beat up by your airport. So you just build a battlecopter. Is usually the response. So that's not the worst thing. Usually you want to hyper upgrade at a time where you heal when you want to heal, and then you also get the engagements you want, because it doesn't just heal, it also speeds you up or gives you increased movement and firepower. So Andy's super is very unique. You can use it at the start of your turn, you can use it in the middle of your turn, you can use it at the very end of your turn, and all of those can be completely correct. Yeah, you're pretty much just going in for the kill at this point, which is good. There's of course 3 victory conditions to go for. Just putting things in front of the enemy. That can kind of happen if you get overconfident. Okay, Subby. So there's 3 victory conditions to go for. You can either take their HQ, which is like winning over a very specific part of the map, or you can go for the capture victory, which is going to usually be about 2/3 of the properties on the map. If you capture all of those, you will win the game. So that's winning just general map control as your goal. Or there's the third way that is very rare, and that is a route where you kill every single enemy, and that's very rare because usually you'll win by HQ or you'll win by capture before that happens. Okay, so at this point you kind of have to start responding to what's happening over here on this side. And since there's no anti-air, you can kind of just keep pumping out copters and win the day. Or you can build a copter tank to win this day in the end, because there's no anti-air yet. But once there's anti-air, you're going to want to start building heavy tanks to like make up for the fact that you're going to be really far behind in unit count over here. Yeah, there's also 2 other ways to win. Your opponent can resign and your opponent can time out. But those are unofficial ways of winning, I guess. All right, looks like you're going for the HQ cap. So I'm not a huge fan of Urban Blight at the end of the turn, but it's not the worst thing. I don't know if you did any other attack that really mattered for it. Yeah, it's fine. And it does give you this one shot. In general, you want to look for opportunities where it gets you multiple one shots. Okay, Andy did not move this medium tank. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm not sure if Andy just timed out at an auto end turn. But at this point, it's mostly just cleanup. When you're going for HQ caps, you want to have stuff next to the HQ so they can't easily interrupt it. In this case, I don't think Andy can easily interrupt this, so it's fine. And then GG. You see that was your first league victory? Or maybe just the most recent. GG. I think you did. I think you played very well. I think that you got... All right. Yeah, I would say you played very well. You're definitely going to be rising up into the 800s very quickly. I don't like the triple base skip at the end, though. Definitely got a little sloppy towards the end there. I don't know why there's so many bots. As your first W, very nice. Okay, I'm gonna do one from Loose Lazuli, and then I'll do subbies next. Good night, MT. Okay, so this is an interesting matchup. I don't know if Sammy got kicked up to tier 1. Is that right? We have Sammy versus Sasha. Yeah, I would appreciate if people could subscribe if you want. If I get 1,000 subscribers, I will start earning some money off the videos, which would be cool. She's tier 1 now. Sammy has the advantage here. Really? I think Sasha has definitely got some very good options when it comes to mixed base and vehicles, like vehicle pressure around the map. But it is true that a lot of this comes down to infantry fights and going for contested properties. And Sasha getting like Von Bolt stats every now and again. Ooh, that's a fast artillery. I don't know if I would do a fast artillery against Sammy. Because, yeah, that kind of gets matched by another artillery. And then you're in infantry artillery fights against Sammy, and that's not great. I would like, instead of going a fast artillery, what kind of options do we have here? Oh, I mean, double recon infantry looks really good to me. You can have, like, this recon could go here, and then it threatens multiple sides. And then a recon over here can do a similar thing and go here. And you, like, Sammy will not be able to build tanks fast enough to deal with how much pressure you can put on. It might have been just double recon out of here, though. I don't know. Because it does look like you kind of need more infantry over here. Okay, and then another thing to keep in mind is the fight up here is very brutal. These bases, they're zones of immediate reinforcement touch. So this is a great opportunity for Sasha to just crush Sammy's base here with tech units that Sammy can't contest. It would be interesting to see if Sammy could do something over here that other COs can't quite do to, like, contest the comm towers. Okay, so the recon's already forced a tank. That's really good. So now you have an option. You can either move the recon down here, or you can just be like, oh, it's nice that you built a tank over there. I'm just going to go use the recon elsewhere. Which is what you do. Okay. I guess this tank is in response to this tank. You probably want to build the tank up here. Because a recon is something that this base can actually respond to very easily. Or a tank, not so much. Unless you're planning to just send both of these guys up here, which might be the case. I would also be fine with just banking some cash right now, because you're not really under that much pressure as Sasha. And banking cash is going to exert a lot of pressure up here that Sammy has to respond to. It's something I've learned when fighting against LVJD is so there's a concept in chess. Not that I actually play chess, I just I watch a lot of chess streamers, I guess. But it's called the threat is stronger than the execution. And it's basically saying that when you have a threat going, it forces your opponent to respond to it without having you commit anything. So, like in my game against LVJD, he floated a bunch of cash to threaten to build a stealth, and then I had to respond to that as if the stealth was going to be built, and then he gets to react to my response and not build the stealth, for instance. So you can float a lot of cash, and then that cash is a threat of a tech unit, and then Sammy has to respond to that, and then you don't have to commit the tech unit anymore. And you can just do other stuff with your cash. I do not have a Patreon. I was thinking about getting one. And maybe doing some Patreon tournaments and using some of the money to like have some cash prizes and stuff. Your main issue this match was playing too passively. You mostly wanted to go for caps, assuming my infantry wouldn't get hit more than once. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I think this is kind of a tough matchup for Sammy, but you can definitely do a lot of bullying as Sammy. That's true. That's true. A Patreon would be nice. I don't know how many you would want to pay though. So that's okay. I wouldn't want to do too much paywalling and stuff. So send himself to the penguin buddies in Antarctica. Yeah. Yeah, I would understand rarely seeing Sasha on this map when Von Bolt's legal. I think you're doing a pretty good job. Maybe a little bit more bullying you can do as Sammy for some of these like contested properties. You got this corner, which was nice. Because there's so many properties as well, it does take a while for the contested property bullying to really start taking effect. I like the mech though. Because there hasn't been any tech units really forcing you, so mechs will shut down a lot of stuff. Okay. We have the artillery. The artillery infantry combos that Sammy is known so well for. This artillery, that's a very cheeky artillery. It's there, of course, to stop an infantry from actually stepping on it, but it is, of course, vulnerable to a tank first strike. While it's there, it can step onto the forest, which is nice. You can also free it with your infantry, and then overload this artillery using both artillery. This one from the city, and this one probably also from the city, actually, which would be pretty good. Ooh. I like this. I like your idea of this artillery placement. I would just like it, like, a little bit more forward if possible. So I'm seeing a 2-hit KO that you can do here with infantry and an infantry. It does put you in artillery range. And you'll trade an infantry for an infantry. I guess you didn't want to do that because then you wouldn't have something that could wall for your artillery. But oftentimes you don't need to worry if your artillery is really close to your base. You don't have to worry about tanks first striking it because you can, of course, build immediate coverage. And they'll just hurt your artillery. Your artillery will go heal up on the city, and then your 2 tanks will kill the tank. And you'll just be up a unit. A vehicle, even. Haven't is a strong player, yeah. So you can be very liberal. When you're close to a base, you can be very liberal with what you want to do with your units. Because the base itself is a huge source of defense. Okay, I like this. You did the nice clear. You're stopping this tank from hitting you. The only thing I would prefer is, of course, just putting both artillery in range of this artillery and saying, well, you can shoot one of us, but then the other ones are going to kill you. So you would clear this, and then this artillery would go on the city, and this artillery would go on the city. Okay, this is where things start getting kind of scary for Sammy, is when infantry start getting picked off. Oh, I didn't even notice that recon could come in. Look at recon's being so tricky. Snaps fingers. You didn't notice it either? Yeah, that was a very tricky attack. Alright, some of these attacks are getting a little bit questionable with fighting in the artillery range. In this case, it does still kind of look like an infantry for an infantry, but the tank can finish off this guy. So usually when you do stuff like this, you want to have really good follow-up, which you might still do, because you just switched attention over here and you haven't looked back over here yet. Ooh, we have a join. So that's a good amount of cash. The only thing you have to be worried about is I like the walling around the artillery. You just have to be careful that like they can't easily break it with artillery of their own, and that's really hard to do. Okay, so when actually this guy can't reach, but when you have an artillery that has obvious targets, and there isn't that much other support that can really get involved, you can just kind of dive in, and that's called overloading the artillery, because they can only shoot one thing. So in this case, you can do stuff like tank on tank, artillery behind it. You have another tank here. Now these infantry will get away scot-free because this artillery is going to shoot other things. And that will ultimately win you the side because you have another tank there. And it will either mean that the pressure up here has to be relieved to try and fight your 2 base down here, or you're just going to win all of this stuff. All right, you went with a medium tank. I think that's somewhat reasonable. You could have tried to go for a rocket from here if you're trying to just hold your HQ. But it's tough. Lonnie. Bye, Lonnie. Okay, well, that's a mistake that lots of Sashas make, you know, at least once, where they use their power after spending their money. But we can see that Haven't is going for very much a contain approach to this. Just like taking the income lead and then stalling it out, I guess, until there's enough stuff to take your HQ. Do you still get the 10-10 bonus? Yeah. I like the mech buys. I think instead of the tanks, you probably just need more artillery or just indirects in general. Because there's lots of choke points here. I like this. This is like a front that hasn't seen much action, and you're Sammy. So if you can force it into just like infantry fights, you kill the infantry, take the comm tower, and that will help a lot. I'm not sure why that recon just sacked itself into your mech. Okay, so this is where Sammy's going to start having trouble, because we've entered into more of a vehicle spam part of the map, or part of the game. Yeah, for this stuff, for what you'd be wanting to do over here, you probably wouldn't want to commit the infantry. You just want to have infantry and stuff around so that your opponent has to react to it. And hopefully they have to react with a bigger investment than what you're putting in. So that will make the other fronts be better for you because you'll have more money in comparison. That's assuming equal income, of course. Hey, double time! This could be a nice medium tank kill. Yeah. The Sasha income is going to be really hard to fight against. Oh, that hurt. That's so unlucky. Well, I mean, it's not so unlucky, but that hurts. At least you get that kill, though. All right, that's a great attack. That's getting a little bit questionable, but that's That's okay. Okay, yeah, now you're starting to get some artillery. It's good. And oh, and then the resign. I think the resign's you're really far behind economically, and it's going to hurt. Ultimately, you're going to lose a city here. I like this attack over here, though. It's looking very nice. The only problem now, of course, with this attack is that the tanks moved away, so that these tanks can just gobble them up. Your medium tank up here is actually kind of uncontested, which is nice. But losing up here is probably going to do you in. But well played. Sammy is just such a tricky CO to play. The only thing I think that you can really do instead is go for more of the contested properties. Yeah, I think this artillery buy is not bad. There was some artillery, like the overloading the artillery up here would be good. The overloading down here would have helped a lot, because then you would have won this side as you're losing this side. You're more just trading them. This situation for Sammy is just so bad, though. Having the bases so close together makes the vehicle so strong. The only thing I think you could do is try and overwhelm it with indirects. Not having Victory March in the matchup's also really tough, because that's definitely one of your major win conditions on this map. Because the HQ is very capturable. Against Sasha, of course, you just can't get it. A subby is already Cobalt Dice. How nice. But that was a great showing of Sasha versus Sammy on Caustic Finale, which I certainly haven't seen before. All right, subby, let's see what you got. All right, so far, looking very, very standard. Not that I was expecting. Ah, didn't go for the airport first. We're just going standard. We're just going standard. That's fine. That's fine. I tried to make the airport first build work. It might still work. I might just look at it some more. So there was no. Actually, you couldn't. No, you could have recon. There was no early recon. So probably APC. Definitely APC. Yep. That's so far looking like a perfect APC build. Looking like ooh, a noob is not going with an APC. Yeah, it'd be airport to get decopter ASAP. And then, like, not just one. So, Sebi, I don't know why I said it like that. So, Sebi, this is a little bit of a misplay of the opening. You have to wait with this guy for the APC to drop off here so you can get boosted to here. And that lets you go to here and then get this capture. A turn faster than going this way. Yeah, the APC actually, it's a double boost that turn. It's tricky. It's tricky. Yeah. Transport boosts are very tricky in this game. All right, and you goes for a very fast tank on this side. That is going to delay a lot of economy. No, it's fine. It's fine. You still got the boost here. So this gets you there in the same amount of time. You still got, as long as you get one boost in, you'll still make it there in time. All right. So Subby is going to get really far ahead economically here. Just because this tank came out so early. And of course, APC is doing APC stuff. We'll see if Subby knows about the poison property on this map, which is this one right here. You think his tank went to the flank? So this is a capture chain, and it's just so tempting to go for because you boost to it and everything, but you will never get this city. You will just lose everything trying to take it. Well, I'm sure at lower ratings you can probably take it. You knew it was too close to them? I've tried so many times to take that dang city. I fail every single time. Okay, so this has been very, very standard. We had tank in response to the APC. You can see that the map's just so large that it doesn't really matter if you build a tank and they build an APC. The tank can't do anything. Offensively, that really punishes the APC. And that's kind of why the APC build is kind of a solved opening on this map. It's just way too big, and the APC boosts over here, and this is a delayed base. The APC was already up and running when this base was like captured, basically. I like the T-copter. I want to make them work on this map. So I'm not a huge fan of I'm not a huge fan of this movement right here. I think it was because you wanted to reveal this forest. But if you want to do that, I would prefer if you did it from here. I just don't want your opponent to be able to hit you city onto road like that. And then you have an APC, so of course you can keep just using it for infantry. You can also throw in a couple of mechs. There's some really good mountains over here. There's really good forests. You just have a mech. But basically, if you can ever avoid it, you want to not have your units standing next to cities like this. And since this infantry probably wants to capture this city, you don't have to be next to it to capture it. You can be like within this entire range, pretty much. And when you have infantry going over to cities, they can often be harassed. And you want your opponent to have to stand from the least... Looks like his tank got trapped. Yeah. The least defensive terrain possible to get the strikes on your stuff, so you can counter a strike very effectively. That's why, like, this is better. Or if you're trying to go for the city, you can stand here. You're on plains, which isn't great, but any of your attackers would have to be on plains or roads. Okay, I like that movement a lot. Being like, I know I can't get that city. I'll just take this nice vision on this mountain. So the only thing I would change here is I would do this attack first. See if because it's a roll with one comm tower, whether or not you'll get the city kill. I would do that first. Actually, I would go recon infantry to guarantee that I get the kill. Probably have this guy just interrupt this, and then have tank on tank from city. But I'm fine with the recon going down here and dealing with this capture. The only thing... Oh, that's the only place you could have moved. Okay, well, you're a little sad because you can't quite see the city where you're about to go step onto. Great attack, though. Anytime your opponent lets you do this, you do it. Okay. That's a fine place to drop off. I would kind of prefer being over here just to help prevent. It's fine though, because it still has 2 hit KOs. It would be to help wall off for this infantry. Okay, so it's totally fine for your opponent to win the corner now, because if you have a stronger army, you can just take the corner later. And it looks like you've been doing a really good job in these fights, which is what's going to end up mattering more than who owns the corner at this immediate time. Great movement to reveal the forest. Make sure there's nothing in it. So, if we look at this situation, look at that again. This infantry, you've got full access to all 4 sides of it, but then this one's really far away, and you actually only have 2 sides of access. So you'll want to use these 2 sides to kill this one, and then you still have these 2 sides to kill this guy. But instead, you can, of course, just go for the city. So that's fine. Gaining vision is really good there. I like healing up this tank up to 10. Taking a little like breathing room for the tank. Like, debatably, you'd want it over here so it would actually help cover these infantry, though. I'd rather if the 10 health was on this city, so you actually are forcing an engagement right now. Because if you do an 8 health, they can just wait a turn and set up to get ready to take you out. They're not under immediate pressure like this guy puts on. Totally fine with the APC movement to make sure you get the vision. Yeah, I'm okay with this. It's a fair attack. You can also bring him back and just let him have the city. And I'm only saying that because it's not looking super likely that you can actually deny the city. And the situation you don't want to get into is you go down a unit count to delay a city 1 turn. Okay. It's very, very bold of your opponent. If a noob watches... 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can't go in the forest. I would... Pretty much, you want to go as far back with this artillery as possible while also covering these infantry. So probably back here. Because you really don't want to have it like an easy clear and then you have an artillery sitting on the road. Good night, Shadow. This probably does cover. Oh, it doesn't cover, but you wouldn't know that. So usually in these kind of situations where you have a nice juicy target like this, you want to use your furthest back unit. Like this copter can pretty much only hit this tank, so I would have that. It could kill that. And now this tank's got way more options. It can reach way farther. This is a bluff waiting to be called. This tank strike is the bluff. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pow! Blowy. I'm fine with that attack. I'd be a little bit concerned because of adder power, but it's fine. Keep the beecopter hidden. I thought your opponent spotted the beecopter. Am I wrong? If your opponent didn't see the beecopter, then yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It was a little bold, but it worked out fine. I probably would have just killed the artillery. I think just using infantry instead of the recon to clear the way would do it. And then you can go tank recon to kill the artillery. But it's fine. You were guessing. Gotcha. Ah. Alright, this is looking very good for you now. Like, really good. Your opponent's even on economy, but they're just so far behind in both unit value and unit count to get even in economy that it's not going to end up mattering. Like, this is not something you want to be doing when you're behind in unit value and unit count. When you use your side sleep and you go for a very aggressive capture that's going to be covered. I understand the thought process behind it. It's like, I'm just going to make a whole bunch of threats and hopefully my opponent can't respond to all of them. But that will often just end up backfiring. as I've learned many a time. So ideally, of course, there isn't an open city, but at least you only have injured infantry by it. So, okay, so the one thing I'm really noticing about your Jake play though is that, like on this map, artillery are pretty darn good. There's some really nice forests to sit in, and then Jake artillery are also really good. So I would like to see some artillery. And that way you also can't be like blindsided by medium tanks. And it helps with like pushing this stuff. It helps with pushing out here. Block rock. So this might be the game-winning attack. Looks like he got his medium tank out of there enough that you won't be able to just take it out with your copters. I like it's always a little bit questionable when the anti-air like kind of goes off a little bit to get a kill, but it's also very hard for your opponent to kill over here, so I like that. It's definitely a safe infantry kill for it. Yeah. This is looking pretty brutal. I imagine Resign's pretty incoming. If it's not, it's got some pretty strong nerves. Ooh, I like it. The T-Copter's like, I've got a goal. I'm going to take this corner. Oops. Too far there. I like Adder's choice of the medium tanks. Medium tank anti-air is definitely the best composition I think a noob could be making right now. But at this point, it's going to be really tough because there's so many copters that they can trade out easily with the anti-air while also hitting the medium tanks. Looks like you're going for the comm tower to try and seal the deal. I like that a noob is not overextending to try and like prevent caps. At this point, if you want to try and come back into this game, you really need your opponent to get closer and closer and closer to your bases. Ooh, 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 ooh. No, 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 no. One of these guys, at least one, needs to start taking this HQ. Like, the HQ forces a lot. It means that vehicles will have to go after this infantry instead of this army right here that can then punish, or you'll just immediately win the game. On a lot of the maps, I would say going for the captures is better, but on this map, this is such an exposed HQ that you kind of have to go for it. But that was very well played, Subby. The only thing I was really noticing, of course, a little bit on the positioning, but artillery and the composition I think would help a lot. Not that you really need help in the game. You crushed it. All right, I'm going to do one more, and then I'm calling it a night. Is there someone in the chat right now that would like me to cover their game that they've submitted? Okay, we'll do Radiatas then. All right, Adept, yours is tomorrow. Yeah, I see that, Adept. Don't worry. I have a long list of them there. I just wanted to do one for someone that's here. Okay, I'll do yours first. Radiata, are you cool with me turning you into the penguins? You could submit replays to me on just directly on the Discord. I remember someone didn't want to be turned into the penguins. Oh, that was the T-Rex guy. That's right. He wanted to be Green Earth, which is totally fine. Alrighty. Ooh, we've seen this map a few times. Ooh, going up instead of forward. I'm guessing that's for this captured chain. Whoa, going back instead of forward. Both players going back instead of forward. I guess that's just because this one went up, so you don't have to respond to the potential comm tower cap. I guess this isn't that bad, right? Because then it steps to here and gets this one. I'm not upset with that. I think that's totally fine. Might even just be better. Straight into the artillery here. It looks like Radiata is not interested in trying to contest this comm tower, really. Which I think is fair. It's a dangerous game. And I like the artillery first from both players. Yeah, to break the pipe. Yeah, once you break this pipe, you can really start flooding the 2 base. Or 2 base into the 1 base. Okay. Looking good so far. It's kind of like a mirrored opening. All right, we got the classic artillery tank. It'll be with comm tower to break this down really fast in 2 turns. Ah, so down here it's going to be 3 turns to break through, probably, because Rachel had to respond to this pressure. I would say that Andy probably has the upper hand. Andy can do a lot of attacks that Rachel can't really pull off, and it's 3 base, so it's pretty easy for Andy to afford some backwards infantry balls that then you get healed up by the super. But we'll see. It's not like Rachel's completely out of it. It can enter into a game of chicken with the powers. Kind of like Andy has a lot of matchups with damaging powers. I like the restraint on this, to not go for this city. You're like, well, if I go there, he's just going to kill me. Exactly. That's why you wouldn't do that. Just preserve the unit count. You're going to need it to hold off the attacks. I would be totally fine, especially as Andy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And like I don't care if this tank comes in. It doesn't want to hit from here because the artillery is going to hit. It can hit from here, but you're Andy. So you're going to get your 2-hit combo with this tank in the next turn. And then you'll just heal up your tank later. For free with your power. And Rachel will just be down a tank. So you can definitely move more forward. And just let your opponent get a first strike on you. That's going to result in you killing their tank. Anyone can do that in that situation, of course. But Andy can super do it. So on this side, you're going to have to start responding in some way. There's a few ways to do it, of course. You can get indirects to try and stall it out. Oh, it looks like you might be going for some sort of front switch to assist with this. I'm not sure why you're putting this infantry here. Unless you're like going to base get medium tank. Just a tank. I would probably go with an artillery. Tank's not like that bad. It's just it has to step forward into the opponent's range to really get a lot of damage done. Oh, I see what happened. I gotcha. So the reason I'm concerned about this is because what your opponent has open to them is sit here with the tank. Infantry stops this cap, goes here, finishes this guy off. This infantry starts this cap. This infantry starts this cap. And that's just a... Oh, you just missed the tank. Okay. But yeah, they didn't go for it. But that's just a ton of pressure. Oh. Very aggressively passive. But that's good for you because that's going to spare you a unit. Hey, we got a wall. I would still really like an artillery to match this artillery. Yeah, aggressively passive. They're not going to hit you, but they're going to get right up in your face. For your opponent, I would probably not go for this attack. It's just going to lose a unit as far as I can tell to delay a property probably 1 turn. Interesting. So your opponent has been like, I don't really want to try and fight into this one base down here. I'm gonna just fight you in the middle of the map with giant walls. It is your turn to be aggressively passive. So I'm definitely concerned about this. It's not a solid wall. Because of course this corner is very vulnerable to being broken, and then this entire line can be eaten up. The artillery can also one-shot either of these guys to break through. Okay, this tank being here does help that. They can still kind of break down this side and then break down this tank and still get in. So I would much prefer if you stay back a bit and let your opponent kind of walk into you instead. Oh, also... So down here, It's kind of awkward. You would have to give up an infantry to delay. It's usually more beneficial, just because there wasn't an artillery last turn, but it's more beneficial to delay a cap on your own city, because this is actually a 2k swing instead of just a 1k swing. So I'm not sure what other options you had there besides sacrifice an infantry. You can of course try and just overload. I think that's probably what you have to do, is just overload the artillery, slam in with everything, and then next turn try and kill it off while buying like a medium tank. It sounded so rough. Yeah. Well, this is just kind of a situation you really don't want to deal with. But that's why you get you can get an indirect. There we go. An indirect to counter an indirect. As Andy, it's not as bad as it is for other COs. You can kind of suck up this artillery shot. It's going to hurt. But after one turn on a city and then you're back at full. And I imagine this is going to hurt a lot. A note to your opponent, of course, use this tank because it's the furthest back. It has the least number of options. In this case, it doesn't matter. Probably want to do something like this here, kill this, go after the artillery maybe. You can also eat up all the infantry, of course. It's just that you always had the option with this artillery to make another hole. Ooh, did this artillery not one shot? Nice. I know it's a roll, but it's just a roll that always works on me. Okay. So you get some nice shots here. I'm not seeing a super good attack for you. Just because this artillery's in the way. But let's see what you find. Yeah, just moving the artillery away. That works. Make sure to use the furthest back tank. There we go. Okay. That's a little bit dangerous. In this case, when you're like, well, I really, really, really need to get this kill to continue your attack, or as is, yeah. What you want to do is you want to sack this 2 health infantry into it. Because it's a roll to get the 2-hit KO. And this will do just a tiny bit of damage, and it's going to make it much more likely. Oh, you do that. I missed it. I'm sorry. Ah, so unlucky then. Not super unlucky, but you did do the right thing there. Okay. And that's pretty painful, but it's not looking that bad for you. You're only going to be a tiny bit behind in the unit count. And they are getting into range of your artillery. So you can make that back up pretty quickly. Oh, I see. Right now you're just going for super. I was like, that's a really weird attack. But yeah, when you're going for super, that's fine. This does mean you're going to definitely want to bust out the move planner for this turn to get the missiles where you want them to land, which should be basically not here. Okay, so you're getting infantry and health over there. I would I don't know if you could have used medium tank, and like artillery to try and get the value one up here. It kind of depends on what your opponent does over here. Honestly, that's pretty good for you. I don't know if your opponent used the move planner or not, but they might have been able to redirect the missile to hit in a different spot if they wanted it to. Because this is looking pretty good for you. Your artillery have good shots. There is some pressure going on up here, but you have pressure up here. We ran away with the medium tank. Interesting. I don't know if you have to. I guess this Neo tank kind of forces you to. It's going to come up. Oh, that's a... I don't know if you had a way of covering that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, not quite. Yeah, that hurts. Maybe putting a tank on the city. Again, you hit a tank with it. I can't really complain about that. Or artillery. Okay. You've got a bunch of cities getting taken. Now you're really far behind in unit count, which hurts a lot. In this case, this is going to get you a lot of value. I would probably just ignore the Neo tank for now. Maybe trap it in. To try and force them to like overextend. But it was a Neo tank on a city, and it's hard to deal with that. So I would probably just ignore it. I wouldn't recommend going medium tank into Neo tank on a city. Because Neo tanks hit medium tanks pretty darn hard, as we saw. Upgrade. Yeah, I think that's a fair resign. Forgot I had to be pressing a button. I was talking. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree that I would agree about turn 11 being quite a difficult turn. And yeah, the aggressively passive positioning up here, go back to your turn 11. Your artillery, or having an artillery would have helped a lot. What else was I saying? I think overall, I liked your opening. I liked a lot of your play besides pretty much what happened on turn 11. There was some Andy specific stuff that you could have done, of course. In this situation, I think going all out attack here is good. If you hadn't already, you wouldn't have done it. Yeah. I gotcha, yeah. You kind of have to remember that the point of walls is, of course, the pressure stuff, but you also want your opponent to attack into them, and when they attack into them, you win that engagement. And some really key ways to tell if you've got a good wall for that is you just look at the very ends of it, the corners in this case, and you see how killable is that. Because as soon as you lose that unit, it opens up 2-hit KOs instead of a single hits on these. It's always going to be like bam bam, which opens a spot for bam bam, which opens a spot for bam bam. So if you're looking at this wall, you say, well, that end, well, that just dies to 2 infantry. So that's a really weak end. All right, what about the other end? Well, this one's on a city, so at least it won't die guaranteed to 2 infantry, but it will die guaranteed to tank infantry. And when you're this close to your opponent, they have just tons of options for breaking it. This is kind of what happens. And then you use the super and you get some good value. You have a lot of threats going on here. I think some of the attacks down here might have been a little bit of an overextension just because of this Neo tank. I'm not sure. You get hit really hard in the response. You lose like 30,000. Well, only like 7 units. And then from here, I think you retreat. Yeah, you take the shots that are good, but then you just kind of retreat, which is not what you need to do at this point. Because the retreat's not enough to actually protect anything. So these are kind of free hits. And then it's over right there. So instead, you could have, of course, just continue the pressure up here with the medium tank. Just accept that this artillery is going to die. There's no way to cover the city reasonably well. And maybe just build more indirects in your response. It's going to get into a tough spot once you fall behind in unit count, of course. Would it be better to save Andy's super for after the Rachel super? Well, that's where you get into a tough spot of kind of like a game of chicken. And that you can't really do that if you're losing the fight. Yeah. You have to accept that you're gonna have to super first to make up for the losing engagement. And then just do your best to try and play around the super. But they have a game of chicken going on for sure. If you could do it so that you super and your attack does enough that you can then easily disengage from the fight for the following turns, then that would work out pretty well. But it's not easy to do. Okay. I do need to actually get to bed though. So I hope everyone enjoyed, and there'll be another stream tomorrow, and I'll try and get to everyone's replays that were submitted today tomorrow. Have a good one, everyone.